Committee, I think we'll go ahead and get started. Decided to try and save the staff a little bit of time and have the security, since there is some overlap, the security meeting and the JCIT meeting jointly, since a lot of the presentations were going to overlap. Hopefully it works out. I know some of our members will be online when they can be, and others will be here later because there's some economic development meetings. You might note, I know several members have requested some information about the Wyandotte County ransomware event. We were unable to get anybody willing to speak to us about that. However, our staff did get the KBI to come talk to us about cybersecurity at 11. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and get started. First up, we probably will not do the minutes and stuff, not knowing all the, not approved minutes till later, unless we get a full quorum here. With that, we will tee it up for Alan Weiss. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of both committees. My name is Alan Wise. I'm your Chief Information Technology Officer. I have a security report for you today, which should be in your packet. This was drafted by Terry Clark for us today. Terry cannot be with us today. She's out on leave this week. I do have a couple others with me today, though. Eric Teal is our Director of Application Services back there. And also Donnie Hinton, who is our IT Systems Architect. So if you refer to the report, first thing on the list there is the Optive Security Assessment. Every 1 to 2 years we do a comprehensive security assessment with a third party, and the most recent one was done in October of last year with Optive. And the scope of the assessment was a vulnerability scan, comprehensive perimeter penetration test, and perimeter vulnerability scan. And we've included executive summary on the last 2 pages of the report. It's a high-level summary, so you can refer to that. And we had planned to do a social engineering assessment this spring during legislative session, but we had to delay that due to the work on the staff computers, the legislative staff computers, and other session responsibilities. So we plan on doing that in this coming 2023 session. We like to do it during session when our session staff is here, because like I said, it's social testing, you know, sending in emails, see who clicks on things, those type of tests to try to help identify and train staff to make sure that they're not doing things insecurely. The assessment we did in the fall, there was 4 high-risk vulnerabilities identified, 18 medium, and 8 low-risk vulnerabilities. And the overall rating for us was an average, and our technical services team worked with Optive to correct those vulnerabilities, which included patching servers, ensuring our web applications are using the secure protocol, and upgrading other tools. We also, some of the software updates that'll be addressed in the KLIS modernization project, that'll also help with security. And then the VMware and HyperFlex systems. The HyperFlex is the hardware systems that are running in our data center, the servers, the actual physical servers, and then we run the VMware to be able to virtualize all of our other servers on those hardware platforms. So all that's been upgraded to make sure that we handle any vulnerabilities there. Also in the fall last year, we did a tools analysis gap. We did that with WWT, and that was looking at our security tools to see how comprehensive they were, and if not, then we could fill in those gaps. And those were across areas of infrastructure, endpoint security, application security, identity lifecycle, enterprise hygiene, data security, enterprise automation, and disaster recovery. Mark Abraham from the Kiso office was involved with that with us to participate. And there were some areas identified that needed addressed. That's the bullet list there. First item was our footprint system should be improved. That's our ticketing and management system. Also, to extend the ESET endpoint system, which is, ESET is sort of our workstation security application that checks for viruses and other vulnerabilities at the workstation and also on the servers. They also recommended to implement the Splunk Core Enterprise, which Splunk is a system that'll take all the server logs, look at what's going on across the enterprise, and give alerts if there's any abnormal activity. It's sort of an aggregate system, and then several modules that are part of the Splunk Enterprise Security System to help with that analysis. So, as I say, when you have a vulnerability, you might go out and look at a server, see what's going on in that server, but to really see what was going on across the enterprise, you'd have to go in and look at every server log of every server we have, which is a lot. So this system sort of puts all that together in a dashboard view, so we can look at the activity that's going on across the enterprise, not just on a particular server or network segment. So we've recently contracted with Splunk to deploy that system. We're going to get that done this fall. And we're also looking at a replacement for the BMC footprint system, which will get deployed this year. I'm on page 2. Disaster recovery, incident response, business continuity, exercise and planning. So last time our disaster recovery incident response playbook was updated was in 2019. So we'll be going through and updating that and conducting tabletop exercises, basically running through scenarios to make sure that playbook is properly constructed. And just an update on our projects in progress, the staff computer refresh. I think we reported on this last time that we were getting ready to do that. The supply chain issues that we expected happened. We actually got most of the computer equipment in by January, which was sooner than we had expected. We thought maybe it was going to be February or March before that happened, but we got most of it in. But we deployed some of those computers during session, but we held off on a lot of them because we didn't want to disrupt the legislative session in critical areas. So we deployed some more of those during the April break, and then after session, we continued that work. Currently, I think there's about 40 computers that are outstanding that need to be installed out of the total count. There was 394 total computers, I believe. And so now we're in the process of taking all that old equipment, packaging it up, and trying to get it back to the vendor. So that's what I have for you today. I can stand for any questions.
Committee questions. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alan, for that. When you talk about the security of the legislature, I have 2 or 3 questions. One of my colleagues, Senator Tyson, was very concerned about the video conferencing and the security of our mechanisms there. Has that been reviewed at all since we've implemented it here in the State House of the People, so to speak, the project we put in all these video conferencing pieces? And have we had any incidents on that?
As far as formal reports to our office, I don't believe we have, but I know there are some challenges. I was talking with the chairman this morning about potential setting up rules for committees on how they would handle remote conferees, which I think we knew going in since we did it so quick in 2021 that we knew we were going to have those kind of issues. So I think we need to look at the rules behind how the committees operate and allow those remote conferees and the security of publishing those links and who can join the committee. Because we do allow the public to access the video and audio through streaming, not necessarily on the conference itself. So I think that's a good point. We could look at not only the business process, but also the security of the system.
Second question, Mr. Chair, I just have three, if that's okay. I'll try to be quick. The second one is, we have an open network here at the Capitol. Have we had any incidents or reviews of that security and how that's been? Have we had any kind of people sitting on there waiting for, have we identified any kind of security risks from that, of providing that service to the public as they come in here?
You're talking about the public wireless access? I think that's part of the security assessment we do. I know the wireless system is, especially our secured part of that, but I think that's also part of the assessment, but I can check with Terry to make sure.
Third question, last one was, do we do anything to evaluate the security of the legislators and how they use their, say, emails and things like that, or are they kind of outside of the scope of our security assessments?
For their state laptops and accounts, we do. We try to provide training, especially when new legislators come in, to make sure they know all the ins and outs of making sure you're operating your computer securely. So we do go through that training, especially, like I said, when new legislators come in. So we'll have that big effort coming up this next session. We potentially have some new members coming in.
Will you actually do some phishing kind of testing on them will they be subject to security audits? In other words, the randomized security?
This social engineering assessment we do, I believe they are part of that, yes.
Thank you.
Committee, further questions? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Getting back to what Senator Pittman was bringing up, how do we know there has, or if there have been attempts to breach our security systems here in the Capitol? Do we get how does that detected?
If there's a security incident, we document those. We have not had, at this time, large security incidents. But we document those as a security incident if there is one, no matter what the size of it is. And we'll make sure that we inform the user on how to properly use the system. If it's a system problem, we make sure we get that system identified and updated and patched properly. But we are very proactive in making sure that all of our systems are patched, especially we monitor, we get notifications on vulnerabilities across systems and make sure that everything is updated.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, one more. You said we haven't had any large, what would you consider large?
Service affecting type interruptions where it might disrupt, more than an individual's workflow across multiple users. It's what I would consider a large incident. We might have a case where somebody maybe clicked on an email that shouldn't have, and we make sure that that computer is then cleaned off and the vulnerability is taken care of.
Thank you.
Committee, further questions for Alan? Seeing none, we are way ahead of schedule. Next on our agenda, we had new Chief Information Technology Architect and Chief Information Technology Officer introductions. Let's get your WebEx set up, and we'll welcome the Secretary to the committee.
Good morning. Good morning. While they are plugging in the technology, just want to say hello. Haven't seen many of you in a while, so it's good to see you all and glad to be with you this morning. We up? All right. Hold on. So while they're doing that, just a couple things. So there are, I think, 3 items we'll be covering this morning, giving you a couple of staff updates and introductions to our leadership team. We will also be going over the Keto project reporting, updates there, and then we'll round out this morning talking about cybersecurity based on the items requested by committee. So hopefully we will be up in just a second. Technology, right? It's our friend.
Well, while we have a moment, Madam Secretary, we have several new members around, and I was wondering who would the contact be to get them updated on the Keto quarterly reports and the project dashboard? Would that be Samir? Just contact Samir, or who?
So you actually, for our Keto process, you would contact Alex Wong, who you will hear from in just a minute. And Alex can reach out. We'll make sure that he reaches out to all members so that they have his direct contact and information to make sure that they have the updated quarterly reports.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. So one of the reasons he's here today, just so that people can put a face to a name. He sent a few emails, but I don't know that everyone's met him so far. Nope. Nope. I know I got this on here. I have the same problem. There we go. Okay, hold on. Do they have this printed out? They do. Okay. We're not connecting, so I'm going to move through. They have printed out copies in front of them, correct? They do. Mr. Chair, we are having a technology hiccup, but I do believe committee members have a printed copy of the presentation in front of them. So if you all don't mind, I'll keep going to keep you guys on time, and we'll just walk through, and I'll make sure that I'm being a little bit clear about which slide I'm on, if that's okay, Mr. Chair?
That'll be perfect. Thank you.
Perfect, wonderful. So good morning again. For those who may not know me directly, I am Secretary D'Angela Burns-Wallace, Secretary of Administration, but I'm also the Chief Information Technology Officer for the Executive Branch. So I've already mentioned our agenda items for today, and so I have the pleasure of introducing a few new leadership people to this group, to both groups actually. The first, and I am on, I believe it looks like to be slide 4. Slide 4 is our Chief Information Technology Architect, Alex Wong, and Alex will be actually joining me here in just a few minutes. Alex was most immediately at San Jose State University, where he was an Associate CIO and the Executive Director of their Enterprise Solutions. But prior to that, he had 17 years at KU. And so a native of the state, knows the state very well in many capacities. His last role at KU was actually their Chief Technology Officer. So we were excited to be able to bring him back home to Kansas and for him to join our team here. You will work with him in the capacity of our IT reporting, but also kind of larger strategic and architectural conversations. He's already been very active with iTech and various aspects in that vein. So you will hear more from him. For my JCIT members, he will be the one that will be providing quarterly reports as we get back into that rhythm and things of that nature. I'm so excited to have Alex join us as our Chief Information Technology Architect. He's actually been in the role since January, but this is the first opportunity we've had to formally introduce him to you all. Next, on slide 5, is the introduction of our Chief Information Officer for the Department of Corrections. Our CIO for Corrections, former was Harold Sass. He left us earlier this year. We went through a search process, and I was excited to name Melissa Mounts as the new CIO for the Department of Corrections. And part of this is because Melissa is homegrown for us. She has been in the IT operations at Corrections for nearly 30 years. She has held roles from, junior applications developer all the way through IT manager, and has touched all of their major projects over the last 20 plus years. So she brings an in-depth knowledge of their applications, their operations, but even more importantly, their staff, their people, their culture. And so we are excited to have that knowledge and experience and expertise with all of the vision that is necessary in that important area, corrections. So again, members may hear from Melissa at future meetings as various IT projects are brought up through corrections, but excited to introduce her as part of the leadership team. As you move to slide 6, you will see, for some of you, a familiar face, Kelly Johnson, who has served over the years in multiple agencies. He's been CIO at KHP, and most recently the CIO at the Department of Labor. He is now taking on a new role for us, a role that I have deemed as the IT Procurement Manager. And in this role, the idea of the role is to put us in a slightly more strategic position around our IT contracting, to be able to plan and negotiate more broad contracts, making sure that we are being efficient and effective. As IT contracts, as many of you know, continue to get larger and larger and have different levels of risk, we're trying to do a little bit more of that enterprise level coordination and collaboration. And this role uniquely allows us to kind of marry the IT needs along with the procurement process and the needs in this process, and bringing someone of Kelly's expertise that has that IT background, but also has an administrative background and has worked with numerous contracts, helps with negotiation, researching vendors, establishing IT procurement standards, which is something we're also very interested in, making sure all of our IT contracts has necessary clauses that we want in certain standards going forward. So we are excited about the work that he is going to be able to do for us in helping reduce risk, work on costs, and to identify redundancies in this new capacity. With that, we are currently in searches for the CIO at KDOL, which Kelly recently vacated. And then we also are in an active search at KDADS and DCF, which is a joint IT operation under one CIO. We have interims in those areas. Doug Amy is at KDOL, who is the number 2 there, and Ben Aribo is the interim at KDADS and DCF, who is also part of that operation. So more to come as we continue to fill some of these open seats. Any questions for me before we move to our next item?
Committee questions. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation there. So how long have you been conducting these searches? What's your time frame?
So we kicked off the KDOL search in July, and we actually did finalist interviews this week. So we have strong pools, and we've been moving aggressively. So I'm hoping to have that KDOL position offered within the next couple of weeks. For the KDAD's DCF, that CIO is actually still here. He hasn't left yet. So we are in the process of getting that all ready to be posted and move forward. We try to move as aggressively as we can in these roles and not keep them open very long. The good part is that we do have interims, which are part of the existing IT operations, so that we know that we can keep the day-to-day going and not have gaps in those spaces, but we don't want those to sit open for too long.
So we're able to compete with the labor force on that?
What I would say is, yes, our pools keep getting stronger and stronger. With the most recent pool, when we were looking for the KDOL CIO, we have been a lot more aggressive and creative about putting our posting out there. We've taken time to redo some of our postings to make sure that they are stronger and accurate in terms of the depth and breadth and how dynamic the positions are. But we received a very robust pool for this. I would say that we had, somewhere between 10 and 15 in the first round alone, and that's not the whole pool, right? And so we were able to really work through a really strong pool as we looked for candidates. And the candidates came from all over, both in the region as well as all across the country.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Although I'm happy for Kelly, I assume this is a step up. I'm also a little concerned that we're changing CIO in the middle of a major upgrade of the system at KDOL.
So what I would say is actually it's not in the middle. It's actually at the beginning of the launch, and so it's a perfect time to be able to bring in that CIO to help them be a part of that development as that is built out, and particularly as we look for a CIO that brings expertise in modernization and rolling out large projects. Not to say that Kelly didn't have that, but there's an opportunity here, and it's one of the reasons that we tried to make that move as kind of aligning as possible to be able to do that. It would be very difficult if they were, say, a year in, but as that starts to build and a lot of that work is doing, they will be integral and right there day-to-day, step-by-step, helping to learn and build and a part of that process. So we do believe that it is good timing.
All right, I hope so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Faris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, good to see you this morning.
You too.
What type of background checks do you do? And as your pool shrinks, do the security checks get more stringent? Can you explain that to us, please?
So all of our IT professionals actually go through full background checks, and we work with KBI on those. And so that means not just for our CIOs, that's for anyone who is in our IT operations through OITS. And so we work with them, and it's of varying levels of background checks. But we can provide just in writing to tell you kind of the different things that are covered in that background checks. I know that there's criminal, and I think financial's a part of it, as well as other records, driving, things of that nature. But we work with a full background check for KBI. And again, that runs throughout our agency. It's not just the CIOs, it's at all levels throughout OITS that before an offer can be made, that they do have to be able to pass a background check. But we'll send the specifics for it to the committee. You're welcome.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none.
All right, so I would like to bring up Alex Wong, our Chief Information Technology Architect, and he is going to share with you around the IT reporting process and some of the changes that were made due to the proviso from the last legislative session. So, Alex.
Thank you, Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, member of committees. I'm Alex Wong, and I'm the Chief IT Architect for the state of Kansas. So glad to have an opportunity to speak to you today and talk to you a little bit more about some changes that we have made based on the proviso that was signed and approved over starting this fiscal year. So in front of you in your package, there will be 2 slides that we're going to go through today. Specifically, I want to talk about like the changes that we've made in the process, and also what are the information that you're going to receive, as we have some projects that's going to happen very soon that you will start to see those materials coming through to your desk. So starting with page 9, I'm going to go to page 9, starting to talk about the flow chart that you have seen in front of you. So the major difference between what had happened before and what is going to happen in the future is basically a process in the middle where JCIT member will receive the high-level project plan before the RFP. Currently, last fiscal year, those information are sent to you after the approval of the CITO. So like say Adam or the secretary, after the approval of the high-level project plan, you will be notified of those projects, and you are seeing that package of that high-level project plan that you are familiar with. This change that we are going to make here is going to switch that process a little bit before. So instead of after the approval, you are going to see it right after the Kiso office received that information. So let me go through the process with you step by step, and please stop me at any moment if you have any questions. So same thing from the top where the agency submitted the high-level project plan, and then Kiso office responsible for reviewing those high-level project plan. There's no change. So we are looking at all the information that we receive, make sure the accuracy of that information, and put it in a package together so everything is in one place. Once that happened, now that process changed. It goes into 2 separate places. It will be sent directly to the CITO of the responsible branches, and then you will also be sent to the mailing list of the JCIT members. And so some of you might have seen an email that I've sent out before July 1st explaining some of this. So this is the same thing that I'm repeating here. And then I'm going to switch over to the second page of the slide, which is slide 10. That is the sample that you are going to receive when you see the package coming through. So what you will see is 2 things: the content of the email itself, which is what you are seeing in this slide. We're trying to make it as easy as possible for JCIT member to consume that information quickly. So you will see this summary page where it gives you that description of the project on the right side of this slide, and then you will see the implementation costs, the annual ongoing costs, the planned started date, end date, and the funding source. So we believe that those are the most important information. So we put it right in front of you in the content of the email, though you don't have to go anywhere else to find that information. Now, if you need to see that same high-level project plan that was provided to you before with all the details, you will see that link, and this is now on the left-hand side on the very first paragraph, where you see that little blue underlined link. That will point you to that package, the same package that you see when you're receiving the high-level project plan today. So all the other details are listed in there as well, so you're not missing any information. Nothing's changing from the content of the information perspective. So with that, then let's go back to the slide before to go through the rest of the process. So you will have 7 calendar days to look at that information and provide any feedback and advice that you have. And to do that, you simply reply to that email. Just hit reply on the email. We have a program on the background where that information will come back to all the members of the Kiso office, and also including Jeff Fisher as well. So those comments will be received, and then we will document those comments, and then we will send it over to the responsible CITO for them to review your information. And then after that is complete, then now you see the diamond box, which is a decision box where the CITO will look at all the information, the high-level project plan, the comments and feedback from committee members, and then make a decision of whether that high-level project plan is going to approve or decline. And if it goes through, it goes to the bottom of that flow chart, and then now the agency will be notified that they are receiving the approval to start the RFP process. And if they don't, then you follow the left side, and then we will let them know why it did not went through, and ask them to either submit the information as necessary or provide whatever changes that is needed in order to go through this process again. So you will see that loop that goes back to the top and start the process again. So that, yes, go ahead.
Yes, you said you're sending it out to the list. That'll be sent out to each member individually, so when we hit reply, we won't be violating the open meetings?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
That is
Appreciate
correct.
that.
So that is the process, but before I go into something else that I want to add as a note, any questions on that process piece?
Senator Pittman.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wong, for putting this together. I like the flow chart. Following along the chairman's question, sometimes when we think about JCIT, we think of it as a committee and not individuals. And sometimes we want to understand what the other individuals inside of our committee are thinking about. Obviously, if we reply all, we're potentially violating KORA laws because it's not open to the public. Did you think about this when you thought about this process? Was there some kind of a resolution that maybe you had a proposition or something?
So what I will say is just because of the timing and the way that the proviso was written, what we tried to do in a short order was to be able to make sure that we can get you that information. What I will say is that I would ask that JCIT help to work in partnership with each of us as CTOs. If we are seeing a rising concern or multiple things, it is the responsibility of us as CTOs to then work with the chair, and if we think that that's something that is larger that needs to be addressed, then we can then ask and figure out how the most appropriate way for that to be addressed or to be spread across that committee, but we don't necessarily have a formal structure for that. So I ask everyone's patience as we do this because we're trying to figure out something first to see how this works. I feel that it will be an iterative process. Even as you start to get these, you haven't seen any yet because thinking about end of year, beginning of year, no new ones have come through. When you first start to review them, you might even say, it would be really nice to have X, Y, and Z in the email. So we can modify it and kind of figure out as the process goes on. We will periodically ask for your feedback. How else could we do? What else would you need? And so we are just going to have to work our way through this process. And if we are seeing that there is a hiccup, we will, and I will ask my other CTO counterparts to also help me be able to bring that back to you all. The good part is because we are in the interim period, you all will be meeting a few times, so we'll have the opportunity, I think, to try to address that as we move through or if we're seeing anything that is creating too much of a hiccup, but we just don't quite know yet. So
Yeah, I get it. The minimum that we need to do, we got the process stepping forward. This is a first step. And eventually we're going to want to figure out that feedback loop and be ensured that we're going to have some kind of feedback from the CTOs if there are rising concerns. And then, obviously we're going to add some things in, I think, risk and criticality, like we talked about. Having it on the HLP, the high-level project summary would be actually a really nice understanding that we don't have the whole risk format done yet.
yes, and part of that is at least for our JCIT members, at a future meeting, Alex will actually be introducing to them the risk model that we have put in place. It's not required, but many agencies are using that, and we would like JCIT members to see it and give feedback. I know my ITech members have had a preview of that, and I know that other JCIT members would be interested in that. But we're going to bring that forward at a future meeting where we can have a little bit of dialogue and you all can provide a little bit of feedback to Alex and his team around that, the risk modeling that we've put together.
Thanks.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, those were good questions. I just wanted to, well, you're welcome. won't hear that again, No. I was the one that put the proviso in because the bill that we had stalled over in the Senate. Not sure why. Just saying. But and so my hope was that we could at least just get something real simple started. I mean, I know this doesn't require us to meet like the bill would do and things like that, but to just get something simple started, and then my hope would be that we can restart that bill this next session and hopefully get that through, because it did a lot more, which we all know. we dealt with the risk assessment and cleaned up some other language also. So I appreciate you working on this to try to get it started at least, and hopefully we can get the bill through next year to make it a little bit more formal and even go a little farther. So thank you.
Further questions for Alex or Secretary? See none, you may proceed. Thank you.
I do have two additional notes to make if I can. So one note is that, and let's actually go back to what the senator and the representative have mentioned, is improving the process, right? Continue to work on making this better for all the members of the committees as well, is that we are doing a modernization of this Kiso project submission and reporting process. So instead of currently where there's a lot of email going back and forth, it will be a system by itself where everything is going to contain in that system. So that will be a good opportunity to also gather that feedback and build that into the system so that the system have the capability to serve that function in the future. So that's one note. Second note is, as I mentioned earlier at the beginning, where there will be projects that's coming through. So look forward to that, those information coming through to you in the next few weeks. Those will be the real projects that you will start to see, and please let me know if there's any feedback or comments that can address your concerns. Any questions for me?
Do we need any further questions for Alex? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to, we're going to move forward into the cybersecurity section, and many of you know and have worked with our Chief Information Security Officer, Jeff Maxson. He is over the Kansas Information Security Office, and he has a couple of things that he's going to run through this morning, so I'm going to turn it over to Jeff. And as we go through this, I anticipate there may be questions from both committees, so we will answer what we can, and what we can't, I will tell you that we will get back to you on, because there's a lot that is going on in this space. So we thank both committees for the opportunity to engage in this conversation today. It is one of my key and critical priorities. With that, Jeff Maxson, our CISO.
Welcome to the committee, Jeff.
Try and get organized here. Bear with me. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of both committees. My name is Jeff Maxson. As the Secretary did mention, I am the Chief Information Security Officer here for the state of Kansas. And so, as the Secretary did mention, we have a lot of things in the cybersecurity space going on, and a lot of good things, especially here in Kansas, that I would like to address and discuss. So the first thing I'd like to address is the infrastructure bill that was passed last year included a carve-out for a state and local cybersecurity grant program. And I have some details on that I'd like to present. All right. So the grant program is a huge step that we've been working for through our associations and partners to get through the federal government, and we had success. They've been working on this for the better part of probably a decade. And some of our key partners, such as National Governors Association, National Association of State Chief Information Officers, have been instrumental in lobbying the federal government for this program, and they finally put it in this infrastructure bill. And so what I want to highlight are a couple of the key goals and objectives of the program. And the primary goal is to assist state, local, tribal, and territorial governments with managing and reducing cyber risk. And with that, they had 4 key objectives. And the 4 objectives are governance and planning, assessment and evaluation, mitigation, and workforce development. So these are key areas that they see to help improve our cybersecurity posture across the state. And this, I will be pulling some threads together of a lot of the efforts we've been doing over the past year with the Cybersecurity Task Force. So bear with me as we kind of pull some of these things together. So governance and planning is really how do we manage and move about a cybersecurity program in this whole of state concept, which is something we focused on last year with the Cybersecurity Task Force. And so part of the goal of this grant program is to assist us with building that out and applying some funds to that effort. So there will be some activities in that space specifically that we'd like to look at for the cybersecurity grant program. And again, assessment and evaluation, we can't protect what we don't know. So we need to assess and evaluate the environment, all of Kansas, not just state government or local government per se, but all of Kansas, and identify gaps in areas of expertise as well that we can leverage. And then mitigation, finding ways to mitigate any of those gaps that we've discovered, and how do we start applying resources, and then ultimately workforce development as well. Again, our workforce is our key. We know there is a massive shortage globally and nationally, and here in Kansas, of skilled cybersecurity professionals. So again, these are the 4 areas that the grant program is looking to address, and that we have to build how we leverage that grant to address these goals and objectives. So a little bit about the grant program itself. Up front, we're still waiting on the notice of funding from the federal government, so we do not have all the details of what this program looks like. And there is a carve-out specifically for fiscal year 2022, and the federal government's fiscal year ends September 30th, and the new one begins October 1st. So we will literally have about a month to address this first portion. But the 4 years that this program is allocated for is $1 billion nationally, and so Kansas will get a portion of that. And traditionally, Kansas's portion is not a huge portion of that grant, so we have to be very strategically oriented on how we use these funds. Within Kansas, we have over about 1,000 eligible entities that could apply for and leveraging these dollars, so that doesn't go very far to cover that. So we'll have to address this very strategically. And again, we don't know what that Kansas portion is of this grant is at this time, so we're waiting for that to drop. And once that does, we're going to hit the ground running. There are a couple carve-outs as well with that. Much like the Homeland Security Grant Program, 80% of that funding does need to be directed to local governments and local entities, so cities, counties, school districts, it needs to be directed there. And there's an additional carve-out in this one that is a little bit different than the Homeland Security Grant Program, that 25% of the overall funds also need to go to rural areas. So that is a little bit different, so we're going to have to look at evaluating that. We're hoping that notice of funding comes out by the end of the week or next week is what we're hearing from our CISA partners. And one thing to note as well, with this grant program, the state CIO and CISOs are sign-off authorities on the plans that need to be submitted to the federal government for what that looks like. All right, there are a couple also requirements that were put in the
I have a
statute.
question, sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Does the Justice 40 initiative apply to these funds?
That I do not know, but
Okay.
we can definitely look into that.
Thank you.
Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I serve on the Senate Education Committee, and they did an audit about IT and security, and there's a lot of issues within the school districts. So I was encouraged to hear that the school districts are in this. What does that collaboration piece look like? What are the conversations going on with the school districts now?
So I'll cover that here very briefly
Okay.
here in a second, because
Thank you.
there's, like I said, we have a lot going on, and that is definitely one of the parts that we're trying to work through, is because we've recognized that audit, and so we're trying to broaden our collaboration with them, because traditionally it has not existed. So there were several key requirements that were put in the bill that we're required to do, and one of them is the states need to create a planning committee to address what we're doing with this grant program. And there's some specific requirements of what that committee looks like. Public education does need to be a member of that planning committee, public health, local representation, cities, counties, and then also there's a carve out for that half the people on that committee must have IT background and experience. So we've got some efforts we've taken on that, and I'll address those here shortly. And that planning committee must also develop a statewide cybersecurity plan, and that is essentially how we'll use those funds. So again, there's a little bit of a challenge that we might have a month to get that done, but we have to see if the notice of funding gives us a carve out and extension based on the short time frame between fiscal years. So we're still, again, waiting to do that. That plan does need to be submitted to the federal government and be approved. And so with that planning committee, we have done some work ahead of time in partnership with ITech and as a recommendation out of the Cybersecurity Task Force to help develop basically a cybersecurity steering committee for the state, and we are leveraging that new committee through ITech to be as the planning committee. And so makeup of that committee has folks from the Adjutant General, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, the Attorney General, our office, public education, the Fusion Center, and local representation, as well as representation from each of the three branches, essentially. So a very wide array, and hopefully a lot of voices in that to work through. And then we're also having folks on that committee that also have further outreach into other stakeholders as well. So as the Secretary mentioned, we've been doing a lot to help prepare for it, and as again, I've been mentioning as well. So one of the things we have been doing has been participating in the Kansas Infrastructure Hub that is being run by Secretary Lorenz at the Kansas Department of Transportation. Again, this was put together as part of the infrastructure bill, and so we are with that group helping promote and collaborate in that space. And with that, we had participated in the Kansas Infrastructure Summit that was in the middle of July down in Wichita. A lot of participation in that. We did hold several sessions to start getting stakeholder feedback and discuss the grant program. We did receive a lot of great feedback, a lot of interest to collaborate, obviously, because of recognition of that there are limited funds, so we have to do this in a strategic fashion. Everybody is on board with that as a whole, so we haven't had any specific pushback. So again, still waiting for the guidance on what that looks like and how we can do that and what we can spend on. We have also created an RFP to help us manage grant funds because, again, IT folks, cybersecurity folks don't manage grant funds. We need help to help manage that and help us organize our efforts in working through that. We are actively engaged with our peers in other states and also with our associations to know what other states are doing, so we're not essentially learning on our own. We're doing this as kind of a group, seeing what they do, learn the lessons from them. And again, as mentioned, working with our various associations that were key in this grant program. So again, a lot moving, still a lot of unknowns, but we are working in the background to be ready for it and hit the ground running when that notice of funding lands. And so with that, see if there are any questions for this section.
Any questions? Senator Pittman.
Thank you. This is pretty exciting for the state of Kansas. Do you have any idea at all what the magnitude of what we're talking about here? Are we talking like $20 for the state? $20 million? No.
Yeah, we don't have any idea on what their funding or formula looks like, and they're not telling us either. More than $20. Yeah, more than 20.
We would certainly.
Yeah, and one thing I did fail to mention earlier is with that allocation, there is a state matching requirement, and it's percentage based on the annual years, and that is something that we'll have to address. And with that, again, we don't know the specific details on how that can be covered yet at this moment either.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went to the Infrastructure Summit down in Wichita, and I don't know if there's a way for us to get the notes from those sessions that were on cybersecurity, but the one nice thing is that we were hearing from the local city and county folks that were there exactly what we have been talking about, and that is helping them build some capacity. They were really strong in that they need our help in dealing with cybersecurity and trying to build that capacity. So anyway, it was a great conversation. I think everybody would benefit if there are notes available, if we could get those and circulate them to the committee. One thing that did come out of that was a very strong recommendation at the end that's like, we need a SOC. And it's like, no, I need two. And then I figured out I didn't know what I was talking about. So if you could explain what a SOC is and why that is important and why that came out as a strong recommendation from that infrastructure summit, that might be insightful for us.
I can do that, ma'am. Yeah, so a SOC is a Security Operations Center, and basically what that organization does or outfit does is they're essentially watching the network 24/7, looking for anomalies, looking for alerts generated from various systems of malicious or anomalous activity, and then from there, those folks will alert the technicians to do a deeper investigation. So they're looking for those security incidents, actively looking for them, and not necessarily either waiting for something to happen before they start responding. So it's kind of that first alert, first tier. So almost like the 911 dispatch center is they're waiting for that, and they'll notify the appropriate people to start responding almost immediately.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't that what the Fusion Center does, though?
Not exactly, sir.
Okay.
The Fusion Center is more in-depth analytical work. They're not looking for alerts and things like that per se.
Okay.
They're looking at the deeper level of who the threat actor is, what they're intending and trying to do, kind of more on a global perspective.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. You mentioned a state matching grant, and That always perks up my ear whenever I hear that. So is it the state that must match it, or is it just like if it's going to the locals match it, or how is that going to work?
So we don't know the official details
Okay.
of what the matching requirement looks like.
Okay.
So
you
we're
don't-
still we can make some assumptions, but those are always very
Well, that's
dangerous.
fine. So you don't know if it's going to be the state has to match it, or just whoever's getting it is matching it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Collins.
Thank you. I was just wondering a little bit more about the SOC concept. Would it be like in real time, like, like when,
Yes, sir.
you know, like people there are actually monitoring
Yes,
things?
yeah, it is.
all the
It is
time?
a person in the seat looking at glass, or we say flying glass, of watching screens, looking for those, digging into systems. You know, as Alan mentioned, that Splunk system is a SIM, which is what the tool, a SOC, would use to be looking for those alerts and anomalies, and they can help identify what is going on and pass that to the technicians to investigate.
Okay, thanks. I was just wondering, that's,
Yeah.
I have a little bit of a background in that, so that's what I was wondering.
Yes, yeah, and so we actually have a SOC within my office that is monitoring the state network. So, and we work in partnership, what we also call a NOC, which is a Network Operations Center, which is monitoring the function of the network that is up and functioning. And so the SOC is just kind of that next level of monitoring.
Okay, yeah, that's why, because I worked in a NOC before.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering about that. So it would be, is it 24/7 or?
So we have a combination where we're covering primary hours, and then we have some partnerships with some outside entities that are watching portions 24/7.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Curtis, I cut off your second question.
Actually, Representative Collins covered it. I was just hoping that he would expand on us, on our, if we have a SOC and what our plans were on instituting that.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman brought up first part this morning about Wyandotte County and the situation we have going on there. Would this type of system have circumvented that happening, or what do we know?
So the Wyandotte situation is one where we have some separations with home rule, where we don't have much visibility into counties, and we don't have that partnership with counties, which is something we're working on, but a system like this might not necessarily have protected that because they're responsible for protecting their environments. Now, we like them to notify us when they have incidents so we can take our steps to protect the state network, because we do have so many connections at the county level, whether it's through Department of Revenue, through motor vehicles, KDHE for public health, KBI, highway patrol, things like that. So we are trying to stay actively engaged with those, but these systems that we currently have are not built to support the local governments at this point.
And a follow-up, Mr. Chair. Is it a possibility that we could in the future to interface more so? I mean, you know, local control is not a stopper on a lot of issues around here.
Absolutely,
We realize that,
we would love to. It's just one, again, it comes back to the discussion of resources and working together and collaborating.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I had asked if we could reach out and have the Wyandotte County Unified Government folks here to kind of talk about. They're still kind of in the middle of dealing with it, and the person, their security or their technology person had been out on a major illness for a while, so, and has just returned. So we want to be I think we want to learn from them, and I didn't want them to think it was necessarily, you know, that we were in any way trying to be judgmental, but we want to learn so that we can do better. And then my question is do we have a protocol, like when there is a breach, like somebody connected to our system, do we have a protocol in place? Like you have to notify, you know, who you notify and what time frame that is required?
Yep. So currently at the moment, there is no requirement for local governments to report any sort of cyber incident. Some agencies that are sharing data with the counties have started to set up agreements that require it, but there is no overarching requirement for them to notify the state. As I mentioned, we want them to notify the state because we have to take actions to protect the state network.
And just to follow up on that, multiple committee members did request for information on that. We wanted to have lessons learned, not necessarily a session where we were hammering on people for what they didn't do or did do. But, that's happened in other counties across our state even since then, and, we're just trying to stay on top of it.
Yes.
Further questions? Carry on.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so as I presented to both these committees last year, so the state did wrap up the cybersecurity task force in December of last year and produced the final report with approximately 42 recommendations for the state to really kind of double down on this whole of state cybersecurity approach. And so a lot of great work that came out of it. And we have taken a lot of steps to start working on those recommendations within my office, with collaborating with partners. And so I just want to give a brief update on where we are on that task force recommendation list and some of the things we're doing based on lessons learned, recommendations, et cetera. So some of the key recommendations that I'm going to highlight were many of the critical recommendations out of that task force report. And again, this is where I kind of pull in some threads together. The recommendation to create a kind of a cybersecurity steering committee. We've done that. We did that through ITech, and again, using that method to leverage to develop that cybersecurity planning committee required for the infrastructure cybersecurity grant. So that is, we're hoping to start meeting here in the next few weeks and kick that off. And so we're really excited for that to really help starting set direction for cybersecurity as a whole of state approach and not just the silos within individual governments or different swim lanes. One of the other things we have currently worked on, kind of again, lessons learned, this also comes from the heels of the geopolitical environment and working together with the really high level threat that we were seeing for potential Russian activity based on the events in Europe. And so we've started working with partners within Homeland Security, the Bureau of Investigation, the Division of Emergency Management, the Adjutant General, to kind of start a ad hoc advisory committee. We're starting to solidify a draft incident response annex to go into the Kansas response plan, and that is going around through final reviews before we submit that to KDM to add as an annex to the response plan. With that plan, that also does establish a standard process for notification to the state of a cyber incident. So we are taking some of the lessons learned, trying to incorporate those. So hopefully that gets kind of solidified here in the next few months and is incorporated into the plan. We are intending to keep it as uniform as possible, so folks have just one number to call and they're familiar with it. And the intention is, in working with our partnerships with KDM, that they have that 24/7 phone line that folks are familiar with calling. And then from there, they pass it on to us to start triaging and work from a state perspective. So we're excited for that. We're still waiting for that to finalize, but that is in the works. We have within my office also created a position, the Director of Statewide Cyber Collaboration and Cyber Preparedness. So again, doubling down on the request to partner with the state, locals, and counties. We recognize that need. We've heard it loud and clear, so we've created a position that is specifically going to engage our stakeholders and partners outside of state government. We're all in this together, working together, we're all connected in some form or fashion. So we're doubling down in that. We also this year established a cybersecurity internship program, so we are working on that workforce challenge, and we have several interns within my office, and we're hoping to expand that program as well. They hit the ground running, contributing to the team. We want to expand on that and keep working from that perspective. Again, one of the other recommendations was to establish really on that collaboration piece, to have a statewide cybersecurity conference. We are in the planning stages of holding that in October. We're looking at holding down Wichita based on kind of turnout from the infrastructure hub, lessons learned from that. Great place to hold it, a lot of participation. So we're working on the details to finalize that, and those should be released here shortly as well. So again, doubling down in this collaboration space. We're engaged with the localities, and we're hearing they want to move forward in bigger partnerships and work more with the state. So we've started engaging in some of their regular meetings that they have within a group called GMIS. We've stepped in and engaged with them at that level. And so they're excited for that because they have not had that level of participation with the state, especially from the IT side and cybersecurity side. So they're excited for that. And we're also working actively to engage with the associations. So Kansas Association of Counties, Kansas League of Municipalities, again, broader outreach, communication, build that partnership. And so we've overall had significant progress on 11 of the 17 critical recommendations. These are kind of the highlights, but some of the other ones, with this new security governance, helping develop that statewide strategy is one of the foundational tenets of that group. And so we'll be working through that. We're also working with our partner, MS Isaac, which is a multi-state information, it's a mouthful, multi-state information analysis and sharing center, which is a group that is funded by DHS that provides reduced and free services to state and local governments, including school districts. So we're working with them to help drive participation within our communities. See. One of the other requirements or recommendations from the task force was to look at the statewide cybersecurity contracts. We have a new cybersecurity master RFP framework being built that we're hoping to work through and make available to political subdivisions to make access to those resources easier for city and local governments and school districts at a discounted rate based on state purchasing power. And then one of the other areas we continue to work with, again, partnering with the associations and the local groups that support the various organizations. Going back to the question with the school districts, we are working with the Department of Education. They've established a new IT advisory body, so we're beginning to integrate with them. And again, they do have representation on that cybersecurity planning committee. We recognize that as a challenge across the state, so we want to make sure we're working with them and coordinating with them as well. So questions in that area?
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. So do you tell these local governments, give them suggestions, guidelines on the equipment and software and things they need to buy?
We would like to be in that space. Traditionally, we have not been there yet because we haven't had the engagement, and that's where we're trying to get to. One of the requests out of the infrastructure that we heard a lot of them is they would like to see more standards and recommendations coming from the state down to them, which is not something traditionally see in other spaces. So we're excited for that.
There's a void out there in people who come blowing through town and sell equipment to them and put a lot of lipstick on it and then leave. So hopefully we can kind of give them some guidance.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why we want to work very strategically in any of these places where money is involved to make sure we're spending it appropriately and leveraging the best purchases for the dollars we have to support strategic and long-term efforts.
Thank you.
Further questions? See none.
All right, so my last section, based on a request, was kind of some ransomware best practices. I just provided a few bullet points that are kind of very high-level best practices that are out there without going too far into the weeds in the space. And so one of the best defenses for ransomware is education and awareness, making sure your staff is aware of the impacts of it. You're training them on things like phishing, social engineering, things like that. If they see something funny, they're reporting it. They're not just waiting for something even worse to happen. So as they see anomalies, report those. So again, education awareness is probably what we consider one of the #1 best defenses. If you have a aware workforce, you're hopefully knocking this stuff down a lot before it even occurs. Secondly, good cyber hygiene. And what I mean by that is basically taking care of the IT basics. Most ransomware attacks are targets of opportunity. They're finding the weakest link, and they go in through that weakest link. They're looking for the easiest path to make the buck for themselves. And so by following best cyber hygiene practices, you're raising the bar for them, making it harder for them to try and get in so they move on to the next target. And a lot of these activities are automated, and so they're just out there scanning, looking for the weakest link, essentially, using what we call bots, which are just basically programs that are looking for those, and then they start that exploitation without even human intervention. And so that's where we really encourage people to focus on the basics, raise that level to help prevent from that stuff happening. again, if you hear it from LPA, LPAC, backups, that is one of the recommendations. You should have a backup of your data, and you should be testing those backups. And ideally, it's not as simple as just plugging in a hard drive for some larger organizations, but if you can store it offline in a fashion to protect it from being hijacked or deleted during an attack, that is a best practice as well. And one that we recommend organizations start looking at is something called network segmentation. Essentially, build your network to reduce what we call the blast radius. You want, if something to happen, assume something is going to happen, you want to contain it to the smallest portion of your network possible so it does not move in and affect the entire network. And so network segmentation is becoming easier with newer technologies, but in the past it was a very cumbersome activity, and so a lot of organizations do not segment their network properly. Another key thing is permissions review. So again, a lot of the activities are automated. So if somebody gets in on a phishing email, they take the account that person had, and they will try and map the network. And so if you've reduced their permissions to, the least possible, what we call least privilege, and the separation of duties, they can't go through and map your entire network and start trying to encrypt files at that level. They have to do more work, which is more time for us to catch them and kick them out. So again, keep access to only what they need access to. Also report it. That's one of the big things is both at the user level and a stakeholder level. Users, we need to get out of this culture of shaming people when they've clicked on phishing emails. We want them to feel comfortable reporting. Report it so we can address it as quickly as possible. If you're an organization who has stakeholders who have been compromised, report it to your stakeholders so they can take appropriate actions so we don't see kind of secondary and tertiary order effects of other organizations being impacted as well. And ask for help. Most importantly, you don't need to go this alone. Nobody is going to, again, shame you for orders. It happens. It happens to everybody. I was reading a report of some CIOs and some CISOs that fell for phishing and led to compromise. It happens to everybody. These actors are very sophisticated. Introduction of AI to some of their tools makes their emails look more legitimate. You don't see those flaws in grammar and things like that we used to see. So you have to be very aware. But again, asking for help, don't go alone. Again, lessons learned from other areas. If they've gone through it, call them in. They'll provide guidance. They'll help you walk through. And going back to some of these local groups, there's a lot of willingness within our community to help others. And so we need to leverage that, leverage partnerships with our peers, cities, counties, and things like that, because there are resources that are willing to help. And with that, I'll stand for any further questions.
Senator Pittman.
Two things. Thank you again for the continuing presentation. Well, two things. One thing I was recently fascinated to find out is that, you can go fishing with a QR code.
Yep.
Hadn't really thought about it. I click on these things, and it's
Yep.
so incredibly easy with an iPhone today. We don't have to actually have a QR app to get linked right into that. And it can take you to some
Malicious sites, yep.
Yep.
Did anybody click on the QR code in the Super Bowl or scan it when they issued that commercial?
Was that a?
Yeah.
That was a hack?
It wasn't a hack, but it was one of those, they published it as a commercial and just said, scan the QR code.
Yeah.
And that was all that the commercial said. So, yeah, there are tools. Antivirus companies have developed tools that will actually scan that site before you go to it that are out there as well.
Wow.
So,
Second one is, it's kind of back to your prior topic. Just curious, there's a lot of talk out there. Have you been approached about anything around our election securities, around cybersecurity around our elections or anything like that?
So
I know it's a separate office.
Yeah, it's a separate office, but again, we serve the state as a whole, and so we partner with any organization that's willing to come to us, and we do have a partnership with the Secretary of State, and we are actively engaged in just providing support, since we do also control the security for the state network, so we're watching from that perspective.
In that watching, you haven't seen any kind of major hack of our elections in the last, say, month or two?
No.
Okay, just wanted
This
to.
primary was incredibly quiet from the network perspective.
Okay, it's good to know.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just very pleased that we are moving forward on so many things that we have talked about for the last couple of years, and I'm just very impressed with the progress. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we're definitely excited.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, hold on. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought the secretary was going to come back up. So I did have a real quick question. I didn't realize we weren't going to look at the quarterly report. And we're going to do that, I think, in another meeting. But I did have a question on the the January, February, March, the ABIS, the automated biometric identification system showed that it was on hold with KBI. Do you know anything about that? Is it back going now, or is it still on hold, or?
The KBI CIO is with us.
Okay,
but what
that's
I would
right.
say
He's
is
coming
that
next, didn't he?
But remembering that those are quarterly and delayed.
Right.
And so where it is right now, I don't know off the top of my head. Let us get you the most updated information on that particular project, because you guys are probably almost 2 quarters behind.
Yeah, this is in March.
Yeah, so let us
I-
get
I
you
wondered if it
the
would-
current on that. And again, when we come back to you all at your next meeting, we will go through the quarterlies and we will highlight any changes that have happened over the past couple.
Yeah.
So, but we'll get you that information.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and maybe Joe can give us a little bit. I
Yeah.
should have looked to see that he was the one coming up next, so sorry about that.
No.
Thank you.
No,
Mr.
thank you
Chairman.
all. As you can see, our team is working in many, many different areas. What I would ask of both committees, as always, if there is an issue or something is rising, please reach out to us directly. As you can see, we are trying to be responsive to the things that the state needs in many different ways. And as you can also see, we have a really strong team that is working on these issues. So to both committees, as you continue to work throughout this interim, please let us know if there are other things that we can help address. Thank you.
Thank you. As you heard, next up we have Joe Mandela, CIO for KBI. Welcome to the Joint Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might begin by addressing Representative Hoffman's question, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
I'm not aware that the project was necessarily put on hold because of progress. I think there was a delay in filing plans, and it may have been reflected as on hold because the detailed plan hadn't been filed in a timely fashion. The project is progressing. And it is, I would say, when you get the updated information, it is a little behind in execution. So you'll see a little bit of a delay in execution, but it is proceeding.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But you're going to make the target before the old one, because I know that was part of the deal. We tried to rush that through because the old system was phasing out.
Correct. So the maintenance on the old system expires or ends at the end of this calendar year. Our realistic anticipation is that replacement of this complex system was not realistically going to happen before that occurred. So built into the contract as risk mitigation was that the vendor was going to continue to provide maintenance on the existing system at no cost until the new system was in place. That is built into the contract. They're not particularly happy about that at this point, but it's in the contract. So regardless of when the new system goes into place, the existing system will remain under maintenance until the new system's in place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have provided to the committee, I think you have in your packet, an overview document that looks like this. It has sort of an overview of what ks.gov is, and in the context of today's meeting for both committees, I'm focusing on cybersecurity and our role, KBI's role in state-level cybersecurity. And I thank you for the opportunity to provide this briefing regarding that subject. I've provided that prepared documentation around ks.gov and our role in managing that system. Our mission in my division at the Bureau taken from our strategic plan is that the KBI Information Technology Division provides secure, reliable, flexible, high-quality technology solutions in alignment with the KBI mission while being a leader in customer service. It is purposeful that our first value proposition and our mission is security. The KBI, KCGIS, and IT Division serves a diverse set of stakeholders, supports a wide range of technologies and solutions. The two main areas in which IT works are support of KBI initiatives and programs, of course, internally and operationally, but also support of the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System. Our role in state cybersecurity overall is most directly relevant in terms of management of the KCGIS enterprise. One of the most important aspects of our work is the storage and sharing of information critical to our criminal justice partners and others with a stake in criminal justice information. We are statutorily required to hold a wide array of secure and sensitive information. In addition, we have data systems that hold criminal investigative data, crime laboratory information, warrant information, and other sensitive types of information. Each of these information sources are governed by specific sets of policies, regulations, or laws. And additionally, we established industry best practices to apply to ensure that sensitive information remains secure. Through the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System, we provide appropriate and secure access to these sources of information and others to various stakeholders. Our primary stakeholders are public safety agencies in the state of Kansas, law enforcement, prosecutors, the courts, corrections, and associated entities. We do, however, serve criminal justice entities across the country in all U.S. states and territories, most federal agencies, Canada, and Interpol. KCGIS also provides access to data sources held within these other jurisdictions and stakeholders to those here in Kansas. And the KBI provides appropriate information to non-criminal justice partners where appropriate, such as licensing bodies performing criminal background checks. Securing information across that complex network of governance structures and technical infrastructures is a challenge. However, KCGIS has long been recognized as a leader in the criminal justice community regarding information security, and the KBI has long experience and a deep understanding of the governance structures involved. We continue to strive to remain a leader. KCGIS includes robust security systems, including asset management, a mature identity and access management platform, including multi-factor authentication, automated patch management, network segmentation, decentralization of assets, perimeter protection, encrypted tunnels for traffic in transit, and endpoint protection requirements. KBI provides for the management and continual improvement and modernization of this platform. In addition, working with the Kansas Highway Patrol, the KBI helps to enforce KCGIS policy requirements. These include required security awareness training, local agency network and device security controls and management, mandated reporting of security incidents to the KBI service desk, personnel security, and site and physical security requirements. Partner agencies connected to KCGIS are audited regularly by the KHP CGIS audit staff and periodically by the FBI CGIS auditors. I would add here, and this is not in my written testimony, that we have adopted standards, NIST standards, the National Institute of Standards and Technology for security standards, and the CGIS policy on which the KCGIS policy is based is moving towards, in its next iteration, those same NIST security standards. KCGIS connects to at least one local agency in each county in Kansas. Some counties have several agencies connected to the system. There are also many Kansas state agencies that connect directly to KCGIS. And since the KBI manages and maintains the infrastructure for KCGIS and connects to such a disparate set of systems and users, it is inevitable that parts of such a complex infrastructure would be exposed to cybersecurity threats and attacks. It is our responsibility to protect against such risks on behalf of our partner agencies, organizations, and users. The confidentiality, integrity, and availability of systems and data in this complex ecosystem are critical to public safety information sharing in Kansas. The KBI understands and is committed to its responsibility to protect KCGIS and its connected partner systems and agencies. For that portion of my presentation and that information, I would happily take questions at the chair's discretion. I have additional information that I can provide to the committee members that I think would either engender questions of a sensitive nature. So at the chair's discretion, we can do question and answer on that portion and then move into closed session where I can distribute the more sensitive information.
Questions on the current part? Senator Pittman.
Thank you for being here. When you think about your stakeholders out there consuming your information that you cultivate, curate, and provide out to the officers out there in the field, local stakeholders, I'm thinking primarily, do you have metrics around satisfaction or calls met or anything like that? Do you kind of evaluate your performance from a system, KCGIS perspective about how it's going?
So we have significant numbers of metrics. We do not have metrics based on satisfaction in the sense of we don't send out a survey and ask officers, you know, how do we do today? But in terms of numbers of transactions, response times, how quickly, right now, we haven't done the numbers for calendar 22 because it's not over yet, but in calendar 21, the most common transaction that we run is something called the Kansas car stop. Most commonly used by an officer when at roadside. That transaction, depending on the information that the officer sends in the request, can spawn or create transactions to up to 12 different information systems, in-state, interstate, and internationally, for wants, warrants, stolen vehicle query, all of those kinds of things. The metrics that we measure on that are response times, and the average response time on a Kansas car stop transaction is 6 seconds. Those are the kinds of metrics that we look at. And for us, what is critical is service to roadside, service to the public safety officials that are using the information, dispatch, officers, and those types of folks. And we understand that they have limits on how long they can detain someone. Local agency policies may vary, but it is a very limited amount of time. So for us, those kinds of metrics are critically important.
Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on these Kansas car stops, every one of them does query every one of the agencies that you mentioned, local, federal?
They do not. It depends on the information that the officer enters.
Okay.
So some of those data sources require more information before they'll respond to a query.
All right.
Some of them require fewer fields to be entered before, and they'll respond to a less detailed query.
Okay, so it depends on what the officer wants when.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But that is pretty impressive, 6 seconds.
I would point out that many of our in-state partners work with us very closely in order to ensure those response times. For example, the Department of Revenue, a significant number of those responses come back on DMV queries and in-state queries from Department of Revenue. So those partners also deserve credit on those response times.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Further questions on this portion? Do we have a motion prepared for the closed session? Senator Hoffman, I think, has a Representative Hoffman has a question.
Thank you. We were discussing here. There was, it seemed like a couple of meetings back, there was some issues with officers and with paper and what they were submitting and not getting the information they needed, and you guys were working on that. Does that, like a standard of, because some agencies don't have the system, the computer systems. Is that with this, or was that something else, or do you remember anything about that?
I do not recall that explicitly. That may
Maybe
be
it was Highway
related to one
Patrol,
of
though,
the,
too, maybe.
yeah, that may be related to one of the repository systems.
Okay, all right. I couldn't remember totally, but. Yeah, it was something to do with codes or their, yeah, so, okay. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, seeing no further questions, do you have the motion?
I move
Do we
that,
know what time, how much time we're going to need for this presentation?
I will only need maybe 10 or 15 minutes. It will depend, I think, Mr. Chair, entirely on how many questions the committee asks.
20 minutes. We're ready for the motion.
I move that the open joint meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 7543-19A to discuss matters related to security measures that protect the criminal justice information system with the appropriate individuals from the Kansas Bureau of Investigation pursuant to KSA 7543-19B 12C. Because of discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resumes the open meeting in room 112 north of the State House at 11:25 a.m. and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the committee's permanent records.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Ruiz. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion is adopted. Give us a few moments to clear the room and get the WebEx taken care of.
All right. Are you ready, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we're back in open session. We need a motion to extend the closed session. Representative Hoffman.
I move that the open joint meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures that protect the criminal justice or Kansas Criminal Justice Information System with the appropriate individuals from the Kansas Bureau of Investigation pursuant to KSA 754319B12C. Because the discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, the committee will resume the open meeting in room 112 north of the State House at 11:37, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent record.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Reese. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Give us a moment to get closed down. Well, committee, we're back in open session again. We're getting ready to adjourn. We'll probably come back at 1:30 area, maybe a couple minutes late, but right in that area, try and make it back. With that, enjoy your lunch. We're in recess for lunch. Hold on. Oh, rescind that. I think I looked at the wrong agenda. Are we coming back in at 1? Much better. We may be 105, but thank you for the catch. Appreciate that. We're recessed to 105. Thank you. Well, committee, I think we'll get ready to go ahead and get started. Approval of the minutes, we will probably have those sent out by email, and if there's no corrections, we will consider them approved. That'll probably be the easiest way with our people coming in and out. With that, first thing on the agenda, we have some audit presentations from post-audit, and these will be closed sessions, is that correct? Okay, so I'll look to Vice Chair Hoffman for the motion on the first one. Do you know the order?
All right. I move that the open joint meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology and the Joint Committee on Kansas Security be recessed for a closed executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters related to security measures that protect the Kansas Department of Agriculture, Judicial Branch, Parsons State Hospital, Office of the Attorney General, and the Department of Labor with the appropriate individuals from each entity pursuant to the justification listed in KSA 754319B 12C. Because of discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 112 north of the State House at, forgot to see what.
Want to try for 2:30? You think?
We have 3 on the agenda.
Okay, we'll go to 3 then.
3 o'clock? At 3 o'clock, and to record this motion, if adopted, as part of the committee's permanent record.
You've heard the motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Senator Ware. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion is adopted. We'll give ourselves a moment to clear the room, get the mics off, and
Only get 4433 then.
But, yeah,
Let me borrow
well, I
your pen for a
understand.
second.
Everyone prorates me.
Thank you.
I don't know
Do you
if
have
I'm
an
ever
agenda?
100%.
I see your agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Well, committee, we're back in open meeting. Let's go ahead and get rolling. The next presentation is on availability costs of centralized IT and security services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I want to start by apologizing for forgetting to bring the hard copy presentations or copies of the report. I understand they're on their way, though, so hopefully they will be here relatively soon. I will do my best to walk you through what's in the report without you seeing it, and hopefully that will go okay. So this audit was a staff request from our cybersecurity audit team led by Katrin, who you just heard from, and Alex. And essentially the impetus was concern about the cybersecurity control issues that they are consistently seeing in the agencies that they are auditing, which you all know about better than most. So to get at that, we answered two questions. The first one is whether the cybersecurity services offered through Kiso are sufficiently comprehensive to meet statutory requirements and state agencies' needs. And the second one was whether Kiso provides cost-effective security services to state agencies. Now, our bottom line answer to question one was that Kiso offers cybersecurity services that do appear to satisfy state law, but that few agencies use Kiso's most advanced service category, and that some agencies don't seem to know what their agencies need in terms of cybersecurity or receive from Kiso. So I'll unpack that in a minute, but I'll keep going on a little bit of background information just to sort of set the stage. So in 2018, the Kansas Cybersecurity Act created Kiso in order to reduce state agencies' cybersecurity risk. So Kiso is part of OITS, and its role really is to coordinate cybersecurity services for state agencies. So OITS also does things like provide the CanWin statewide telecommunications network for state agencies, the ks.gov email addresses that state agency employees use, things like that. Part of Kiso's role is to secure those services and then also coordinate cybersecurity for state agencies. Now, part of the way that they do that is by directly providing a variety of services to state agencies. And those services basically fall into three categories. So they have technical names, but the way that we refer to them in the report is sort of simplified, and we call them basic, intermediate, and advanced. So there's 18 basic services that Kiso provides to state agencies. Some of these are automatic, and they're connected to the OITS services that agencies are using. So like CanWin, ks.gov email, things like that. They kind of operate in the background. State agencies may not even know that they're getting those. There's also some optional basic services that state agencies can make use of. These are more directly tailored to the agencies that are getting them, but they don't cost anything more. Agencies that are already using CanWin can opt into these without paying any more. Okay. There's also 5 what we call intermediate services. So these are basically higher level versions of some of those basic services, and they require the agency to give Kiso some level of control. And then finally, there are advanced services, and that's essentially Kiso providing an information security officer to the state agency to provide cybersecurity leadership in a variety of different ways. So part of what we did was review whether what Kiso is doing in terms of providing these services and a number of other things that go beyond those particular services, whether that stuff satisfies the requirements that are put on them by the KCA. And we found that they do. There was one that we couldn't review simply because doing so would have gone beyond the scope of the audit. But from what we could review, they are meeting their requirements under the KCA. But speaking of the KCA, one of the things that it did was retain state agencies' responsibility for their own cybersecurity. So state agencies have, as a result, the option of using Kiso services or not. And as we found, a lot of state agencies are using those basic services, but they're not using the higher level services. So more concretely, of the 74 state agencies, 65 got at least the basic automatic services that come along with using some of the OITS services like CanWin. But after that, when we get into like intermediate and advanced services, the numbers drop off very quickly. So only 15 agencies of the 74 had contracts for intermediate services, and only 10 had contracts for the advanced services. So a lot of agencies choose not to use Kiso services, especially those higher level services. And so if the legislature intended for the Cybersecurity Act to create a centralized cybersecurity agency that would provide services and leadership and coordination across all of those state agencies, that doesn't appear to be happening, primarily because the agencies are choosing not to use Kiso services. Now, to get at whether these services are meeting agencies' needs, we did a couple of things. So one was that we surveyed top-level IT leadership in the state agency. So we surveyed 57 IT directors and chief information officers. And we also talked to 7 of them in greater detail. So as you can, well, I was just gonna direct you to look at the audit report, but you can't. So what we found was that agency officials had mostly positive opinions about Kiso. So we asked them, oh, and here they are. Thank you, Katrin. So we asked them whether Kiso services were meeting their needs. 24% said that Kiso services exceeded their agency's needs. 46% said that Kiso services mostly met their agency needs. We also asked survey respondents to answer whether they agreed with a number of positive opinions about Kiso, and we're on page 10. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so at the top of page 10, you'll see figure 3. So figure 3 is whether agency officials who responded to our survey agreed with a number of positive statements about Kiso. So this is stuff like Kiso provides quality services, Kiso services have improved our agency's security, things like that. And you'll see that mostly we had positive responses to these things. In the bullet right under figure 3, you'll see that 5 of the 7 agency IT executive leadership who we talked to also had positive overall opinions of Kiso services or staff. Now at the bottom of page 10 and on to page 11, you'll see that there were some indications as we got into this work that agency leadership may not always fully appreciate cybersecurity or what Kiso is providing them or offers to them. And there's some examples of this in the bullets at the bottom of page 10. So for example, 11 respondents to our survey didn't know whether their agencies had cybersecurity needs that Kiso wasn't meeting. In the next bullet, you'll see that 5 didn't know whether they received optional basic services, and 16 didn't know whether they had signed contracts with Kiso for intermediate services. So this is like pretty basic information about what they're getting from Kiso. Okay, let's actually skip to page 12 now. I'm going to get into the next kind of body of work that we did for this audit. So one of the things that we did was for the 7 agencies whose leadership we talked to, so these are the people we actually had conversations with and went kind of beyond the survey with them, we reviewed their cybersecurity audits from our audit team, from Katrin and Alex's team, to see how well they performed on those audits, and particularly to compare the Kiso service users and the Kiso service non-users. And I'll use vulnerability scanning in figure 4 at the top as an example of what we found. So you'll see there that the Kiso service users did not perform better overall than the Kiso service non-users. In other words, the agencies that kind of decided to take this upon themselves. And our take from this is that overall agencies, regardless of whether they're using Kiso services or not, the agencies that are more actively engaged in their cybersecurity had the fewest control issues. So even if an agency uses Kiso, relies on Kiso, they still have a role to play. And if they're not actively engaged in fulfilling that role and ensuring that the services are working as required, then they don't. So at the bottom of page 13, all of page 14, and the top of page 15, you'll see why we think this is happening. So the bottom line takeaway really is that we think that Kiso could be more proactive in their communication with state agencies. So this is things like ensuring that state agencies are aware of the importance of cybersecurity, making sure that they're aware of what Kiso offers, and when they use Kiso services, how those services are supposed to be working. You'll see at the top of page 15 that Kiso officials agreed with this. They agreed that they could communicate better, more proactively. They described some steps that they're taking to move in that direction. And you'll see that ultimately what they would like is a full-time staff member who can liaise with state agencies to fulfill this role, but that they don't have a way to fund that currently. Okay, so that was question one. Question two, I'll remind you, is on page 2, and now you can actually see it. So, and it was whether Kiso provides cost-effective security services to state agencies. Okay, so on page 15, at the top, you'll see that our bottom line answer to this is that we couldn't say definitively whether Kiso's services are cost-effective because we had some data issues. Before I get into that, I will mention briefly that Kiso is a fee-funded agency. This is information you can see in the middle of page 15. So they don't receive an appropriation. When an agency wants to use their services, Kiso has to charge them for those services in order to pay for them. Okay, now the problem that we ran into was that at a basic level, Kiso's staff, software, and tools all go to supporting multiple services and multiple service levels. So in order to determine how much each individual service costs, and therefore whether it's cost effective, we would have to divide all those things up, like an individual software license, for instance, that may support multiple services. Divide all those things up and determine how much of each is attributable to each service and service level, which was not reasonable to do. So what we could get at for this question really was whether, and this is something you can see in figure 6 at the top of page 17, was whether overall Kiso's revenues and costs aligned in the 2 years that we looked at, which was fiscal years 20 and 21. And based on information that we got from Kiso that we couldn't independently verify because of our data limitations, we found that their revenue was less than their costs overall. But again, we couldn't really tell whether each individual service was provided in a cost-effective manner. Skipping to page 18, you'll see in the middle that the survey I mentioned before and the interviews that we had with the 7 agency officials that I mentioned before also covered their opinions on whether Kiso services are cost-effective. In the middle of page 18, you'll see that 5 officials from 5 of the 7 agencies that we had more in-depth interactions with said that they couldn't comment on this because they just didn't have enough information about it. The other 2 had positive opinions in this regard. At the bottom of page 18, and probably particularly figure 7 at the top of page 19, you'll see that survey respondents, in the same way that they had positive overall opinions about Kiso's services, also had positive overall opinions about the cost effectiveness and prices of Kiso services. And you'll see in figure 7, this is especially true for advanced and intermediate services, which had very positive response rates. You'll see the numbers drop off a little bit when we get to the basic services at the bottom of figure 7. On pages 19 and 20, you will see that Kiso described some of the things that they do to try to limit their costs in order to limit then what the agencies have to pay for them, which contributes to them being cost effective and contributes to agency perceptions in that regard. And then at the top of page 21, you'll see that we had one recommendation for Kiso, and it was simply that they more proactively educate state agencies about cybersecurity and Kiso's available services, which they agreed with. And with that, I would be happy to answer questions.
Many questions. Representative Curtis.
Okay, I'll start us. I guess I'm curious, do other states handle this as an enterprise, or are we an outlier in that, in the way that we handle this, or you may not have looked at that, I'm sorry.
So we didn't look at that as part of this audit, but in 2019, we audited OITS and looked at IT consolidation. And that was 3 years ago. But as part of that audit, we did find that moving to enterprise level services, consolidating statewide IT services, including cybersecurity, is happening, to my recollection, in every state to some degree. But Jeff Maxon would probably be better placed to speak to that with regard to cybersecurity specifically.
I do remember a follow-up. I do recall when we had the hearings on the Kansas Cybersecurity Act, how many agencies came in and wanted to be exempt. I know that, and Representative Baker was on that committee as well. I'm trying to remember if any of the rest of us were there, but that was definitely part of our deliberation in getting the state agencies. So in your finding, as far as having somebody who is outreaching to those agencies, letting them know what the services are, and perhaps those that have had success, then sharing that, maybe we could get to a point where we have greater participation. But that seems to be something that we should focus on, is getting those that are just taking advantage of kind of the basic services, trying to get them bumped up, because it looks like they're, they have a better level of response as far as the positivity with that experience if they're taking advantage of a higher level of service, generally. I don't know, but more questions. Somebody else ask.
Representative Smith.
Well, then to trail off Representative Curtis's question, what do you think the legislature could do to help catalyze or motivate that? Is there a way that we can help you to do that?
So in our role, I would say that I would like to steer clear of policy recommendations for the legislature, but I think maybe Jeff Maxon, who's also here, he would have maybe more concrete ideas about how to stimulate greater agency use of their services.
Jeff, would you like to address that?
No, you do it. No, you do it.
Good afternoon, Secretary Burns-Wallace, Executive Branch CEDO. I joined because, as you all know, this is one of my favorite topics, so good to see you again this afternoon. Jeff is here, and Jeff worked directly with the team as they were doing the audit. A couple of things that not to put either groups on the spot from a policy perspective, one of the things is to remember that when the Cybersecurity Act was created, and this was before my time in this seat, and this office, it was created as a fee-funded office. So what happens, and part of the reason why you see that spread of those using those intermediate and those advanced services is at the moment in our funding model, we have no additional funding. So agencies who have additional funds have the ability to take more advantage of those services, right? So there are some, and we've tried different modeling. So the information security officers is a great example. Most of our information security officers sit in cabinet agencies and they pay for that seat. So we pass through that salary direct. And the cabinet agencies that can afford that seat tend to have it. About 18 months ago, we put in one information security officer to support the non-cabinet agencies. And I am paying that from the center, and we did not pass that cost back to those non-cabinet agencies. Now, that means we had to move around other things to make sure that we could cover that. But what we said was that was a necessary piece of our enterprise operations and not an additional cost because many of my non-cabinet agencies don't have professional IT staff that have a cybersecurity background. Some of my cabinet agencies do. And so that partnership could look different if they didn't have a full-time ISO. So I say that just to say that as we go forward thinking about some of the stuff we talked about this morning, some of the stuff that you hear here, we are at a point where we may need to think differently about how we are funding cybersecurity and at the enterprise level. So I'm not talking about like the extra bells and whistles, but the things that from an enterprise stance just should be there, right? And that it makes our entire enterprise stronger if those types of services, which now are basic, are wrapped around the things that everyone uses, like the network or the email account. But there are some things that are currently in that intermediate that probably should just be basic and should be rolled into the way that it is covered and shouldn't be something that is separate, including even thinking about the ISOs. So, we are working through that. It'll be an ongoing conversation as the legislatures come back. We'll be looking at our budget and trying to propose based on some of the work that's going on, some of the recommendations, what that could look like. And I hope to be working with the committees if there are particular recommendations. We do have other state models, and some states it's a mix. You'll have some that are 100% the equivalent of SGF. You'll have some that are a mix of SGF and fee funded, depending on what those needs are. And then you have some that do still look like us in terms of being 100% fee funded. So I just wanted to if that helps to kind of probably where we are going to need to start really looking at what are those things that should just be a part of the enterprise and shouldn't be an optional pay into or buy into if your agency has the dollars to afford it, but just should be a part of our environment. So I hope that helps, sir.
Well, when we hear those things, especially as they were presented, it does, your knee-jerk reaction is, well, they must just need more money. But in the end, that's not just going to fix it that way. It sounds like you're definitely going to have to, depending on the problem that each entity or agency has, whether or not that would fix it. So it becomes more complex, darn it. So,
and because it's dollars, it's resources, it's coordination, and it's collaboration. So it's a little bit of both. It's policies and structures, but it's also those resources. And so it's not just one piece. But our goal is, and I think we've started to look at it more as an enterprise. But the other thing that I would remind is that, as mentioned, this office was stood up, like we're only really about 3.5 years in of this office being established in the way that you see it now. And it's evolved over time. And during that time, there's been change in leadership as well. So it's still getting its legs, and we're learning best practices from other agencies. There was one thing that was mentioned earlier. I do want to just give a little point of clarification. The Kiso's office is not in OITS. Per the statute, the Kiso's office covers all 3 branches of government. It reports to the executive branch, CETO. It's physically in the building with OITS, but I say that because it does support all of the branches, the regents and others, and like we talked about this morning, it really has that capacity to do other things in terms of that partnership with state and local. But our OITS is really designed to be our state enterprise infrastructure. So I mentioned that because as we continue to think about this and these services, we should also understand that it has the ability to have a stronger, broader whole of state scope.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've been on this committee along with some others for quite a while. How do you think you're doing? I mean, from where we started 5-6 years ago, I tell you, we think you're doing great. Because there's a lot. These reports are a lot more progressive than what we've seen in the past. So, yeah. I mean, what's your thoughts on the progress?
We're doing good.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm at great yet, and part of that is because what we're doing is we're doing a lot, and we have a lot of momentum. right? But if you were to ask me in the list of all the various things that fall under my purview, what keeps me up at night, this is one of those areas because we understand how important it is. And I think that we are still very much in progress. But when you see even the agencies that quote unquote take it upon themselves to do their cybersecurity, they're not doing it in a vacuum. They just happen to have those lead services as one of their staff members instead of contracting with this office. That doesn't mean that that staff member is not calling this office or calling Jeff's team or coordinating with Jeff or not using various resources through Jeff's team throughout, right? And so that spirit of collaboration and coordination, just in the 3.5 years that I've sat in this seat, I would say we are doing great. But in terms of overall as a state, I think we're in that good zone and we're moving in that direction. But there are a couple of key pieces that we're still trying to put in place and understand what this role looks like. We do a lot of templates and advising, right? We are not situated or large enough to say, step in and put hands on in every instance. And sometimes we don't need to. That's one of the things that Jeff mentioned earlier about putting out a master services agreement where we have more partners that are on contract with the state so that we don't have to have every aspect in-house, but that we do have trusted partners already on contract, that when a state agency says we're having X, Y, and Z issue, we actually have a bench. And right now we don't have that bench in the way that I would hope for us to have to be able to help state agencies respond to their current incidents. So we're good, but on our way to great.
And how do you compare with other states, do you feel?
I feel like we're doing really good with other states. Many of you know we actually last year competed in National Governors Association for a cybersecurity technical assistance grants, and we were one of 5 that were selected in this very past round, and they helped us with our cybersecurity task force. To me, that's a signal that we are right there in the heat. And when we were comparing our best practices and the work that we were doing, in some places we were ahead of some of our peers, in some places we were lagging, but the same with them. So I think we're right there. We're doing all the right things. We're having the right conversations. And so I don't feel that we are an outlier or behind. I think in some areas we're pushing the envelope, but we're definitely in the mix with our peers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much of the lack of them using the advanced or the intermediate, do you think it's because did they try to use them in the past and maybe that support wasn't there? And so they're like, I'm not gonna.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Jeff Maxson, Chief Information Security Officer. We have not had anybody that has subscribed to our advanced services that have taken back on that. So everybody that has subscribed to it has stuck with us and using the service. The biggest challenge is those resources are a premium resource and they do cost. And that is probably one of the biggest challenges to uptake. And then also bigger conversation around workforce and finding resources, et cetera.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
But that's the whole point of
'cause
that
it's
centralization is to.
Not always been the best, so.
Yes, but no, and that is one of the biggest things is building the structure and program around it to help carry agencies through the process.
Okay. And we kind of alluded to this a little bit during the executive session, but I mean, I can say, we feel like that the agencies are more positive about what is happening as far as with the audits and what they're seeing. Are you seeing that too?
Yes.
I guess as far as them coming maybe and saying, okay, hey, we're ready to.
Yeah, and it's the biggest thing is changing the conversation in the past that this is just the IT issue, that cybersecurity is a business issue, getting more people involved, and the key role of that ISO is to be that voice with the business unit saying, hey, are you thinking of these risks? These risks do need to be addressed. It's something as if I'm the business unit asking IT to do it, it gets done because they're there to support the business unit. So it goes back to that big partnership. It's business, IT, and information cybersecurity working together. And so that is the key benefit of the ISO, is there that voice in the ear of the agency secretary, the directors of the business units to push it as a priority.
Okay, great, thank you.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We're we're probably looking at having a meeting in early October. Does anybody have an issue with the October 4th timeframe? No, we're not doing a permanent joint. I did. That sounded bad. Jill, does that date work out for you, the October 4th? As far as you know, and our committee assistant would be available on that time? Excellent. And JCIT, we're still going to have to sort one out for that. I know we're past due, so watch your emails. I'll get a hold of James and Kyle and Jeff, and we'll have to sort one of those out. It may come a little sooner than the security meeting. Is there any further business to come before the joint committee? Seeing none? Oh, yes.
I would just like to say thank you for a nice meeting today. I thought it was very productive and a lot of good content, so thank you.
It was a lot of good content. And seeing nothing else, we're adjourned.